Good evening and welcome to the February 19th special call meeting of the East Point City Council. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Shropshire, Councilmember Freely, Councilmember Renee, Councilmember Ziegler, Councilmember Cummings, Councilmember Mitchell, Councilmember Butler, and Councilmember Martin Rogers. Mayor Holiday Ingram, we have a quorum.
Thank you. Can we get a motion to recess into executive session for personnel?
Motion to recess into executive session for personnel.
So moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. We're in recess. Good evening and welcome to the February 19th meeting of the East Point City Council. Okay. Sorry. You're right. Thank you. We
Motion,
did.
motion to reconvene.
Can I get a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Can I get a
Motion to approve executive session minutes.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Can I get a motion to
Motion to
adjourn?
adjourn.
It's been moved and properly seconded. If we adjourn the special call meeting, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. The meeting is adjourned. I got ahead of myself. I forgot. Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Now, good evening and welcome to the February 19th regular meeting of the East Point City Council. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Shropshire. Councilmember Freely.
Present.
Councilmember Renee. Councilmember Ziegler.
Present.
Councilmember Cummings. Councilmember Mitchell.
Present.
Councilmember Butler. And Councilmember Martin Rogers. Mayor Holiday Ingram, we have a quorum.
Thank you. Tonight, we will stand for a moment of silence followed by the pledge to the flag. We all stand. Our Sergeant at Arms this evening is Captain Robinson. Thank you so much for your service. Okay, and I'm hearing from Councilmember Martin Rogers that the update on fire station number 3 and 5 should actually have been on a work session. We won't have work session in March, March 11th. So do you want that on March 18th? Okay, I thought they were going to share with us some data tonight. Miss Jessie, did you all have response time data for this evening?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so hopefully they'll have it by March 18th. Next, we don't have any committee reports this evening. Can we get adoption of the council agenda?
Motion to adopt the council agenda.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Can I get approval of the city council minutes from the February 5th regular meeting?
Motion to approve, city council regular meeting minutes from February the 5th.
Second.
Been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Motion to approve the minutes from the February 15th special call meeting.
Motion to approve, special call meeting from February the 15th.
Second.
Been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up, we have public hearings. Madam Attorney Wiggins, if you could read the, it looks like these both are zoning. You could read the zoning public hearing rule into the record, please. No problem. Yes, it's, and I should have told you, it's in our, the one in our zoning code that you all read for the public hearing for Planning and Zoning Commission.
in the zoning ordinance where it applies to the zoning public hearing requirements of not only the planning commission, but also of the city council. That's in Article J. The section comprises of Section 10-2219. Is it the will of the council to read that entire one, Section 2, and the corresponding subsections? Madam Mayor, the public hearing procedures provide for the following, and you can please let me know if this is what is normally read during your meetings. Before adopting any change to the zoning maps or text of the zoning ordinance, the city council shall hold a public hearing following the public hearing by the Planning and Zoning Commission where a recommendation was made on the petition. Public hearings before the city council shall be conducted as follows. A, the presiding officer will call for a motion to open and close the hearing. B, the presiding officer or her designee will introduce the proposed zoning amendment before the city council. Staff will then be called upon to present the Planning Commission's recommendation and summarize the staff's written report. C, persons both favoring and opposing the proposed amendment will then be provided an opportunity to address the council. The applicant for the proposed amendment or the applicant's designated representative, if any, will be entitled to speak first, followed by other speakers in favor of the proposal for a total of 15 minutes. Those who oppose the proposed zoning amendment will then be permitted to speak for a total of 15 minutes. By majority vote, the council may increase the total time for speakers, provided that each side is given the same amount of time. If there is more than one speaker for a side, the presiding officer may limit the time allotted to each individual speaker, other than the zoning applicant. The zoning applicant may reserve a portion of his or her allotted time for rebuttal. Speakers must adhere to the rules of decorum. Prior to speaking, each speaker shall identify himself or herself and state his or her current address. Each speaker shall speak only to the merits of the proposed zoning decision under consideration, shall address remarks only to the council, and shall refrain from making personal attacks on any other speaker. The presiding officer may refuse a speaker the right to continue if, after first being cautioned, the speaker continues to violate the rules of decorum.
We get a motion to open the public hearing for item number 2.
Motion to open public hearing?
Discussion. All those opposed? Motion carries. The public hearing is now open. Mrs. Jessie, I will turn it over to you for an overview from staff prior to calling the speakers.
Madam Mayor and members of council, Kimberly Smith, Director of Planning, will introduce this item.
Thank you, Ms. Iris. In reference to item number, case number 2023 RZ-002-12, property located at 1500 Nabal Avenue. The applicant is Mitch Griffin. The zoning is I-1 Light Industrial. The request is for an applicant to seek a rezoning for property existing from I-1 Light Industrial to MXCI, Mixed Use Commercial Industrial, to allow for an existing gym to offer more commercial uses in the property. This is a snapshot of the zoning map showing that the property is currently zoned I-1 Light Industrial. This shows the future land use map designation as traditional urban neighborhood. This is a site photo. Planning Commission made a recommendation to approve the applicant's request to rezone the existing property from I-1 Light Industrial to MXI, which is our mixed-use commercial industrial zoning district, to allow the existing gym to offer more commercial uses and amenities with the following condition. The first condition, the applicant is allowed to use commercial uses that support the primary purpose of providing service pursuant to the current use, which is a gym. Condition number 2, the following primary uses are prohibited: nightclubs, car washes, automobile facilities, automobile truck rental, lease and sales, cigar and smoke shops, residential uses, dwelling units, leasing, car sales, motels, drive-through restaurants, boat and trailer sales, carpentry, and recorded studios. That's the end of our presentation.
Thank you. Is there anyone who would like to speak in favor of the request to amend the zoning map from I-1 light industrial to MXCI mixed use commercial industrial district for 1500 Nabal Avenue? Come forward, sir.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Mitch Griffin. I had the pleasure to speak to most of y'all last week. I'm one of the owners of Griffin Fitness and had a short presentation that I wanted to show to you and the folks of East Point. So currently located 1 mile north of downtown East Point, Harold Sheets Parkway Bridge connects Nabal Avenue to the Jefferson Park neighborhood, and that's the area in the green circle. Griffin Fitness, a little bit of our history. It was established in March of 2011 by myself, my brother, and my dad. So Mitch, Nick, and Mike Griffin. We were originally located in College Park from 2011 to 2020. We were lucky enough to be able to buy a property in East Point in 2020. The majority of our patrons are residents of East Point, College Park, and Hapeville. Current services provided: strength and conditioning classes, yoga classes, movement classes, an open gym or with traditional gym equipment, JV classes for kids ages 3 to 14, infrared sauna, and our main goal is to build a strong community. So currently we're zoned Industrial 1 and seeking to change that to the MXCI. That is going to allow us to change the zoning, will let us have more commercial amenities such as chiropractic care, massage therapy, barber shop, and coffee service. At this time, these are some of the companies we're in the talks with that are looking to move into our area. If y'all have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I'll call for any other speakers who would like to speak in favor or against, and then we will move forward.
Okay,
thank you so much for joining us this evening. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in favor of the zoning amendment request? Anyone who would like to speak in favor? Is there anyone who would like to speak against the zoning request to zone the property from I-1 light industrial to MXCI mixed-use commercial industrial district for property at 1500 Nabal Avenue? Anyone who would like to speak against? Anyone who would like to speak against? Can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion to close the public hearing.
So moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. The public hearing is now closed. Any further action on this item?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve the.
Waive the first reading.
I'd like to make a motion to waive the first hearing,
First reading.
first reading, I'm sorry.
No problem. So moved. Is there a second? Councilmember Ziegler? Second. It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Is there any further action?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve the ordinance to amend the official zoning map of East Point from zoning from I-1 light industrial to mixed CI mixed use of commercial industrial district located at 1500 Nabal Avenue.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Next up, we have the next public hearing. Can we get a motion to open the public hearing for agenda item number 3? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Madam, Mrs. Jessie, I'm gonna turn it over to you for a brief overview from staff.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Kimberly Smith, Director of Planning, will introduce this item.
Thank you, Ms. Jessie. In reference to case number 2023RZ-001-12, property located at 0 East Washington, this request is for a rezoning for 5 concurrent variances, and the applicant is BFG Acquisitions LLC. The property is currently zoned R1A, which is our urban residential zoning district. And specifically, the applicant is seeking to redevelop an existing mobile home park to construct affordable housing. The request is to rezone the property from R1A, which is our urban residential, to R4, which is a multifamily zoning district, with concurrent variances, including unit size, parking space distance, building height, open space, and amenities package. Again, this is showing our zoning map, which is R1. It's also in the Cleveland Avenue Overlay District. The future land use of the property is redevelopment neighborhood. Redevelopment neighborhood has a use and scale, residential uses, specifically 4 to 8 dwelling units per acre. Specifically, the variances that the applicant is requesting is to reduce the unit size from 1,100 feet and 1,800 square feet to no minimum unit size. It's also, the second variance is to reduce open space from 25% to 15%. The third variance is specifically to reduce the number of required amenities from 7 to 3. The fourth variance is to reduce the minimum parking from 1.4 for the 1 bedrooms to 2 parking spaces for the 2 bedrooms and 2.25 parking spaces for 3 bedrooms to 1 space per unit across the board. And the last and fifth variance is to reduce parking space distance from property line from 10 feet to 0 feet. So site plan. Planning Commission recommends to deny the applicant's request to rezone the property from R1A to R4. The proposed rezoning is not compatible with the zoning district of the redevelopment neighborhood as it is outlined in the comprehensive plan to only allow for the following zoning districts, which is our R1 zoning district, our RL, our R1A, RT, R2, and R3. That's the end of our presentation.
Thank you. Is there anyone who would like to speak in favor of the rezoning request? Come forward at this time.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. Alvin Kendall on behalf of the applicant. My address is 1133 Cleveland Avenue, East Point 30344. As I told you all last week when we came before in the planning session, there's been some meetings with the community and city council members, and there were several suggestions made as to how to refine this application for it to be more compatible with the community wanted. We have met with, or in conversations with East Point Housing Authority. They have given us some plans of what they would like to see there, which seems to be very amenable to the developer. The Housing Authority is moving this week and therefore won't be able to get all the details down until next week. Therefore, we are asking City Council to defer this to give us an opportunity to make those adjustments in the application according to what the community has asked, city council members have asked, and what East Point Housing Authority have asked to be put at that location.
All right.
All right.
Anyone else who'd like to speak in favor of the request for rezoning? From R1A to R4 on 0 East Washington, anyone who'd like to speak in favor? Is there anyone who would like to speak in opposition to the rezoning request? Come forward at this time. And we'll just take you one at a time.
Hi, my name is Kimberly Powell, 1295 Knox Avenue. I'm not opposed to apartments being built, but we do need them to be market rate housing. According to the last census, 19.8% of people who live in East Point are in poverty. It is difficult to attract new businesses and grocery stores to serve our area because they are looking for people with expendable income. Additionally, we have a lot of affordable housing in East Point as of right now. We have Martell Homes, the Aya Tower, Malou Point, and the entire Washington Circle apartment complex. Without commercial development, the tax burden sits on the residents. Everyone hates it when the taxes go up. If we can draw in commercial businesses, then we can tax them and relieve the residents of property taxes by decreasing the millage rates. Thank you.
Anyone else who would like to speak in opposition, come forward at this time.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. I would like to speak in opposition to the development on Washington Avenue.
Can you state your name for me?
Filete James. I own property at 1255 Lyle Avenue, so tax-paying. Own property at 1206 North Martin, tax-paying, in East Washington. I don't live in another district. I live in East Washington, and I oppose this development. The primary reason I oppose this development, we have, as a community, come together, submitted a traffic calming petition, but due to the traffic that's happening with KIPP Academy, formerly Quillam Elementary, formerly East Point Colored School, right? There's a lot of traffic blocking driveways. We do have the new development, Washington Circle, that was formerly the housing projects that's been renovated. So that's additional 100 units that's going to contribute to the traffic on Washington Avenue that deads into, it's a dead end street there. So adding another 100 to 200 units, regardless if it's affordable or if its market rate is going to be, it's going to be exuberant to the residents that live there. So I oppose that. This developer also, I'm really not, everybody's going to come up and say that the redevelopment of Washington Circle is great. It is modest at the most, you know, and I do believe that our residents deserve a quality home to live in. There are workplace housing 2 miles away from us on Metropolitan, on the Beltline, that's only $200 more than what this developer is proposing in East Washington. And I think the council needs to consider that we have to have a bigger vision for East Washington and East Point, right? Just because that's what's been there doesn't mean that needs to remain there. The next thing that I need to say is that I've been asked, well, what do you want on that lot? That lot is zoned R1 urban residential. I want single family homes. It is very important, not only for taxes, but for building generational wealth in our community. And there has been a comprehensive plan. There's been the Cleveland overlay with Patsy Jo Hilliard, you know, that had plans for East Washington and that area. And I would really like to see the council and the staff look at those plans. There's been time, money, and commitment to building East Point. We cannot continue to have developers come into our community and tell us what they want to put there. We know what we need to build generational wealth. We need a mix of housing. I do agree, but this is not it. That's all I have to say.
Anyone else would like to speak in opposition? Anyone else like to speak in opposition? Come forward.
My name is Stephen James. I reside at 2706 North Martin Street. My wife is Filete James, that just previously spoke. I'm in opposition of Zero Washington, just based off of what I've seen that Braden Feldman Group, which is known as BFG. I noticed that most of their developments are in East Atlanta, and we all know what East Atlanta looks like, Decatur, Northeast Atlanta, right? A lot of us would like to stay over there. We know the quality that's over there. Now, just based on the quality that they came and did in Washington Circle, I've noticed people would say it looks great over there. No, it doesn't. Not if you go compared to their properties over in East Atlanta. You know, I think they could have did a way better job. You know, if you go over to Washington Circle and you look at the pavement over there, they did like patch jobs on the pavement. And they could have paved the whole development, but they just did patch jobs on it. Where the trash can receptor is, there's graffiti inside. I don't know if they're not finished or what. But it could have been a better job, because I know they wouldn't do anything like that over in Grant Park. They wouldn't do anything like that on East Ponce and Scottsdale. You know those areas over there. You wouldn't do that. You wouldn't leave it unfinished and looking like that. And then the pictures on their advertisement, on their actual web page, they have an actual picture, like an artist's rendition picture. You didn't take a picture of the real property like you did the other properties on your website, because what? It doesn't look like anything that's presentable. And this is my community, and I want better, right? Also, the fact that I really think them going over across the street trying to put, the rezoning from R1 to R4, so cutting down on the minimum square footage from 1,100 to 800 to no minimum, you're just trying to cram units in. So I think from that just says to me, you just want doors. And what I mean by doors is you just want revenue, right? You just want revenue, right? So the more doors you have, the more income you have. And then if you got 20 developments in East Atlanta, you got 500 doors on average. The rents are 1,100, 500 doors. What's that equal? You bring in about $500,000 a month. And that's just every month. You can do a lot with that. You can develop. And then, like I said, seeing most of the developments in East Atlanta, you're probably running out of room. Properties got expensive over there. So your product, your P&Ls look a little different. You can't get as much profit over in that area. So now you're coming south of I-20 and you're trying to end up in East Point. But if you're going to come down here, bring that same quality that you had in East Atlanta, bring it down to the South Fulton area. Don't cut us short, and don't come in trying to just cram doors in just to have revenue coming in. That's all. Thank you.
Hi, Council. Ashley Brown, 1856 Linwood Avenue. I am in opposition of this project. First off, I was looking at the description. So the fact that we want parking spots moved so far to the property line is, in my opinion, terrible. The reduction of the amenities, the open space reductions per unit, I think that's unrealistic. And all of these things together, it concerns me because it seems like the focus is on quantity, not quality. And as a young professional here in East Point, there is not enough quality that I'm seeing in this city, and I'm here because I love it, but we're missing that. And I would agree that I'm not afraid of development. I would be very excited for development here, but it has to be quality development and development that allows all residents to enjoy it. Also, we have enough affordable housing in the city. I know that's important. I know we want to take care of our residents, but we have to have a diversity of residents here. Otherwise, we're really pandering to one community. And then, just like the other residents said, the tax burden is on us, right? That doesn't make sense. And I feel like we're in this really weird corner, tight, we're just in a tight spot here because we want quality residents, which can be anyone from any socioeconomic background, right? But we need those people in order to attract businesses that want to be here. And if they're seeing the streets of East Point empty and looking, dead, not alive, no one's going to want to come. So that's a big issue. So I'm just concerned about the quality of these, the number of units. And I think I think that this really has to go back to the drawing board. I don't support it as it is right now.
Anyone else in opposition?
Good evening, everybody. Marie Terry, 2855 Seven Road. Now, I can piggyback off of everybody that's been up here. I am opposed of that. I have walked East Washington. I have been in the trailer park. There's a lot of kids there. I wasn't here when East Washington Circle was up and running, but I am there when they're building it. And he wanted to downsize. It's like putting somebody in a cell. If you guys ever walk East Washington, down by the trailer park in the back where they have cleaned everything, I would say no to no more units. Because on Veteran and on Lyle and on Gus, I have videoed that. I have videoed all the traffic coming from KIPP Academy. Now, you put some more apartments down there along with what they're building now, I would say no. It is so combusted. With the trailer park, it's combusted. You have school buses, you have kids getting on buses. We don't need any more apartments. If you're gonna build anything, bring East Washington up. Don't let no one come into the city, buy property for a little nothing and shove it in our faces. Planning and zoning says no, and that is the ordinance, and y'all need to comply with the ordinance. We need better for our community. Y'all here to serve. Y'all need to serve these residents. I don't live over there, but I know what it's like over there. I've been over there. Traffic, one-way streets, no to those apartments. You want townhouses, you want it to look better, make it look better. So you take it back to the drawing board, or when you take it back, the applicant shouldn't be able to build over there. You're gonna build anything, build something with quality, like everybody else is speaking of. Let's give these residents, your stakeholders, what they should have, and that's quality of living. Thank you.
Anyone else in opposition? Come forward at this time. I see you. You were about to come up about 4 times now.
Hi, I'm Tara Ingram. I live in Jefferson Park at 1312 Jefferson Avenue. Everyone kind of covered what I was going to say. My primary concerns with this is, one, that there's a lack of clarity on what this housing development actually is. Is it market rate? Is it affordable? Because I know that they went to planning and zoning, it was going to be affordable. Mr. Atkins kind of said, no, we want to do market rate. So they said, okay, great, it'll be market rate. And then now it seems to be back to affordable, but when they were asked by Mr. Friedley at the last city council meeting, they said, oh no, it's not affordable. But then they're talking about the housing commission. So I think there's some it's unclear what this is. The second thing is to reiterate the impact on the East Washington community of a development of this size. Understand that I am not against affordable housing, nor am I against high density housing, but I'm worried about shoehorning it where this is supposed to be and making this fit in an area by reducing the green space and reducing the square footage of the unit, reducing the parking. 200 units, I think, we're not even clear on how many units this is going to have a major impact on the East Washington community. And so as a resident at East Point, I would hope the city would consider the quality of life of the established residents who live in that neighborhood. And that's really it. I think that as you kind of think about this, I know P&Z is recommending denial. I'm aligned with that. But I'm not opposed to high density housing. I just don't think this is the right location for it with no ingress or egress for traffic flow. It's a dead end street. That's going to be a nightmare for those residents. Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak in opposition? Anyone else like to speak in opposition? Can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion to close the public hearing, Madam Mayor.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Tyler, can you turn that mic off for me? Yes, so there's a request from the applicant to defer. Council has 3 options. It can approve, it can deny, or it can defer. Councilmember Renee?
I'd like to make a motion to defer the application at this time.
It's been moved and properly seconded to defer the application. Is there a time certain?
60 days.
So the motion is to defer this item for 60 days. It's been moved and seconded. Discussion.
Discussion.
Councilmember Ziegler, Councilmember Cummings.
Thank you. I would prefer to just deny, because it sounds like, especially from the residents who are living there, that there's a strong opposition to what's going to happen with it being apartments, and that's the rezoning request, is to try and put more housing, more people in this really small area in East Washington. And so it sounds like that no matter how you slice or dice it, unless if the applicant wants to go ahead and do single family housing, it sounds like that, it would be best to just have that and not apartments. So I would prefer to deny and not defer.
Councilmember Cummings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a question for the applicant. You can answer a question for me? Thank you.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
we've heard a majority of the residents and what their request is. Are you guys open to, I know the intent initially was to come here to do those apartments. Are you open to talk with the community to find out, to look at doing something else as opposed to those apartments?
Yes, we had a community meeting with the residents. Everything that has been said here tonight was said then. We have gone back and revamped the application. We had one other request from city council members to get with East Point Housing Authority. East Point Housing Authority has a little different take on it than the community. East Point Housing Authority is saying they need more units rather than less units. So now we got to compromise between what East Point Housing Authority wants, what the city council members want, and what the community members want. We are all open for all suggestions. As far as the traffic, we're going to leave the Normanberry entrance open. So that would help alleviate some of the traffic flowing out on the East Washington. There's land at the end of East Washington that there has been some discussions with the city about completing that all the way down to Normanberry. To the extent that we own any of the land, we're willing to dedicate it to the city for that street to go through, or whatever needs to be done in order to open the street all the way to Normanberry. So we have no problems with that. As far as affordable housing, if you look at the application never said anything about affordable. I'm not sure where planning or whatever came up with putting on the application affordable. What we have always said was be market rate of East Point. Market rate of East Point could be affordable prices if you were talking about East Atlanta. So there's nothing in the application that gives any references to affordable housing. 1100 Washington, that's across the street, there's no reference or anything in the ordinance for affordable housing. It's all market rate housing, which East Point would bear. So we've been throwing around these terms, but it's nothing in anything that anybody's marketing to the residents about affordable.
Okay, because I think, first of all, when we talk about affordable housing, that's a word that's just kind of loosely thrown around, because what's affordable to me may not be affordable to the next person.
Right.
And I was just there on Saturday at the 1100 East Washington. I know when you came before and you talked about it, I understand the whole thing about the affordable housing or market rate housing or whatever. But from what I saw, what your presentation was, I was against it then. I see what you guys have done over there. I'm not impressed at all. I get it, and I understand what your intent was to come in there to do, but they're cinder block apartments. You painted everything white. We got shaker cabinets with black knobs on them. And the floors are all, it's like the terracotta, whatever it is, those 4x4 squares. And you went in and, for lack of better word, you polished a turd. That's what you did. We got new roofs. I think the doors are red, but I was just there. You got a nice forest fence around there. But the residents, I mean, I was there just this Saturday, and I was able to walk into the units. I think though the rent may go anywhere from $8 to $12, $13, $1,400. It's not worth it. I mean, but I get what you guys are trying to do, the intent, and the residents, I mean, they deserve better. And if that's any indication of what it is that you're gonna try and stick down, and I saw the area that's been cleared out on the bottom, for what you're gonna have in there when those apartments, 1,100 is filled to capacity, plus what you guys are intending to put over there, that's unfair to every resident that's over there. And like I said, I know it's gonna be new construction, but the new construction that you're gonna put, you can't put that many people over there. It doesn't make it, even if you cut a road to Norman Berry, you have the Lau, people that live on Lau Street, you have the residents that are still there in the trailer parks up top, plus what you guys are trying to put on the bottom, the school that's gonna get out, and those apartments. That's too much, period, and you guys know it. So I think the biggest thing right now to ask, if you aren't gonna consider doing houses, or definitely reducing the number of units that you're trying to put in there, I'm alone, my sentiments, I echo Councilmember Ziegler. I don't think it's gonna work for what it is that you guys are trying to put there. I mean, really consider the residents, what their wants and their needs are. You guys definitely have not done that. Like I said, if it's any indication of what it is that you've done there, and I mean, we asked questions about what was already there. The brick, you guys didn't even finish off the brick. I mean, it's like patchwork on some of the apartments. They do have nice roofs on. I will give you that. I like the fence. Other than that, that's about it. But to go inside of those apartments, you guys, the bar definitely was not set when you did it. So, like I said, and I think it's very worthwhile to go back and have a conversation with these residents to really listen to what it is that they like to see over there. You have apartments across the street at 1100 East Washington. Don't throw another set over in there. Madam Mayor.
As I stated to you, the new plans were reduced to 132. East Point Housing Authority has asked us to take it back up. Obviously, it's got to be a compromise somewhere. And so what I'm saying to you is that it's my understanding that East Point Housing Authority is moving this week, and that's why we could not get with them. They have scheduled a meeting for next week, though, to see if we can come and compromise, take everything everybody is saying, the community, the city council members, East Point Housing Authority, and come up with a plan that will work for everyone. I know from seeing the trailer park, just the land cleared is a big improvement. And now to try to fence it off so it won't turn into a dump, which it has been in the last 6-8 months. People are just pulling in there, dumping trash everywhere. So we've gated it off, got up or in the process of getting up all the trash, and to make sure that it doesn't get back into that deteriorating state again.
Councilmember Martin Rogers. Councilmember Sharp.
Thank you. And what I wanted to say was this. Number one, I currently reside in one of those neighborhoods that, for a lack of a better word, was rezoned from industrial to residential housing. And the impacts, the long-term impacts of that have just been kind of detrimental to our community because you don't know what's coming. You can't see 5 or 10 years down the road because now we're dealing with the warehouses. We're also dealing with airport noise and some truck traffic. So the rezoning of the neighborhood just was just not appealing to me. And I also wanted to say that children and families were displaced for this project, but in order for us to turn a page in East Point, we can't do it if we keep looking at affordable housing. I would like for us to start looking at attainable housing. And attainable housing to me is housing for those people that can attain housing: teachers, our police officers, firemen, entrepreneurs, small business owners. I just am simply not going to support this project unless it's single-family homes. And now I'm going to go back and do my research, because from what one of our residents said, you have houses in East Atlanta that are really nice houses. So unless you're going to put single-family homes in this area, something that is attainable housing, then I cannot support this project. In East Point, council colleagues, we have a chance or opportunity to really put some good residential homes in this place. And I think that we can start right there in that area. But it's a no for me. We need to just have conversations centered around attainable housing at this juncture for people that can afford single-family homes. I would like to see single-family homes in that area. I honestly would, and I can't support this project unless it's single-family homes. Thank you.
Councilmember Shropshire, Councilmember Freely.
Thank you. And I'm going to have to agree with the residents and my colleague. And I feel like we keep putting the same thing in communities and neighborhoods, and we expect it to grow. That neighborhood is not going to grow with the same thing continuing to go into it. And I feel that that neighborhood deserves better. And when you say you spoke with the housing authority and the housing authority said that they want more units added, that's not what the community wants. The community wants single-family homes. They want ways to deal with the traffic. Continuing to put apartments in a neighborhood that's not growing, it's not good. You can't keep putting the same thing. That's just like when they took away the projects and they made it mixed use development. They didn't allow the same people to keep coming back in. They made it affordable for mixed use, and that's how they dealt with it. And for that area, we want that area to grow. We don't want it to stay in the place of where it's at. We want it to grow and to be better. And I'm like my colleagues, unless it's single family homes and that's what the community want. And another thing, I'm tired of developers coming here wanting to half step East Point. But when you're in Buckhead, East Atlanta, all in this, you want to build $200,000, $300,000 places. But when you come to East Point, you want to give bare minimum. We want the same thing that you all do in those other communities. We don't want bare minimum. We want the exact, if you building $200,000 homes to bring that area up, we want the same thing. And I yield.
Just an attempt to clarify. You mentioned that there's no reference to affordable housing, affordability, and so on. So I think the confusion may be that the East Point Housing Authority is involved in this. So can you clarify that for everyone?
East Point Housing, one of the city council members recommended to us to coordinate with East Point Housing Authority in order to try to alleviate some of the need that they have and try to incorporate their need into this plan. We had no problem with that. East Point Housing Authority is a partner already on the 1100 Washington Avenue. You have two East Point police officers that presently reside in 1100 Washington Avenue. When I came in today, one of your directors of one of your departments came up to me and said he has an employee who has an application in at 1100 Washington and that he's supposed to be moving in a week or so. So I hear everybody saying that they don't want affordable this and affordable housing, these type of people or this type economic, social background.
Hold
But
on a
we
minute.
have,
I'm gonna stop you right there because nobody said anything about these type people. Like out of all the comments, no one said these type people or those people. So I'm gonna just stop you right there before you start putting language on other people that will suggest that there's some racial connotations to that or whatever the these type peoples are. That's not what people said.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have, one of the things when we came to city council about 1100 Washington Avenue, same type of comments that have been made here today. When we had the community meetings, we had residents there who said, I was raised in that apartment complex. And I think it's plenty people still in East Point who are in need of that type housing, that cost of housing, that size of housing. And we came back, modified the plans to fit what the community wanted to see there. We are open to doing that now. No one is against all of the comments that have been made here today. Whether or not $300,000 homes can be built and sold there, that's a question that remains to be seen. Do you think that a developer wouldn't want to put $300,000 homes there? Yes. Will they be sold? That's a good question. And so I think that all of the comments that have been made, what the city council wants, the mayor wants, taking into consideration what East Point Housing Authority wants, everybody wants to try to make this a go and a win-win. Nobody's against anything that you all are saying.
So, but again, however East Point Housing Authority became engaged in this, they are engaged. And so by definition, they would only be engaged if it had something to do with affordable housing of some kind. Are they in the market rate?
It's my understanding that East Point Housing Authority has a need for senior housing. And that they were a resource for us to go to try to satisfy and see what they needed for senior housing. That was the main emphasis that was told to us as to why to go to East Point Housing Authority. Not because of any kind of affordability or any socioeconomic background of the residents. It was more on the senior housing.
Oh, we actually have an East Point Housing Authority commissioner here, Commissioner Doug Jones. So I'm gonna ask him to come up.
Madam Mayor, can I say something, please?
I'm gonna you after every one time, and then I'm gonna let you close.
Good afternoon, council members, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the moment. My name is Doug Jones. I'm the chair of the board of the East Point Housing Authority. And just to clarify, the gentleman met with Michael Spann, who's the executive director, one time. Michael said that he was happy in general that something was happening at the site. He did not support or reject anything that was happening at the site. Just to clarify that, he expressed very strongly that the gentleman should go to the East Washington community to secure their support to have happen on that site what they would like to see done. So I just want to be clear about whether or not East Point Housing Authority has been quote unquote engaged. He had one meeting, generally happy that he had the meeting. We directed him to the community so that the community's wishes are fulfilled. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Jones. Councilmember. Okay, Councilmember Shrub. No, I got her. Councilmember Butler, and then I'll go to.
Thank you. This question is for the Director of City Planning. Could you tell us what the property is zoned for currently?
It's our urban traditional neighborhood, single family, R1A.
So it's R1A?
Yes.
What does that entail? What, for everybody here?
Single family residences.
So, but if it's RL, then it's a certain lot size. R1A is a little different.
18,000 square feet is our RL zoning district.
Is it 18,000 square feet per lot or
Yes.
per home?
Per lot.
Per lot. So how many acres is this property?
It's about a little over 4 acres.
It's only 4 acres?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Renee, I apologize. I thought you spoke first, but you just did the motion. Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. That's okay, Madam Mayor. It's all right. I just want to say, really, I'm the one who really made the mistake they never said for affordable housing when they came out to the meetings. What happened was the community was really, they did not like the plan. It was a lot of apartment units and they didn't like the plan at all. So I made the suggestion because we were getting a lot of calls. We have been getting a lot of calls from seniors who are being misplaced and need housing, affordable housing. So it really was my fault, and I sent them over to Eastbourne Housing because I have been in touch with Eastbourne Housing, and there is a major need for senior housing, affordable senior housing. But the community, it appears the community does not want senior housing in this area. Now, what happens is one of the reasons why I suggested that was because there's a trailer park still sitting behind the lot, that the 4 acres that they're trying to build on. And so when I was looking at the project, I was thinking, would I want to buy where you have a thriving trailer park sitting behind $300,000 houses? And I was kind of concerned with that. So that's why another reason I thought that maybe senior housing would fit better, because right across from there is Normanberry Village, and they did a great job with the housing. I mean, the apartment buildings look absolutely wonderful. The aesthetics on the outside look absolutely great as well. And we've had a lot of our seniors who have been displaced because they could no longer afford to live even in Normanberry Village. So, and then we've had a lot of seniors who've had to move out over to the city of Atlanta because they can no longer afford to live here in the city, and some of the senior housing. So I'm really the blame for this mistake. So when he talks about going over to meet with the Eastbourne Housing, I asked him to go because I understood that there was a need. Their plan was to do market rate, completely market rate, and I asked them to do that. So because of that, and I always want to work with our community, our residents, and our residents, they want market rate housing. So I'm asking to give them an opportunity to go back. They want to go back to defer this project so they can go back, meet with the community, have a sit down at the table, and to discuss it. And I do apologize because I stirred you into a different direction than what the community wanted. It seems like the community is saying that they don't want senior affordable houses. What I do know is when we move seniors out of a community where they've stayed for years, and when I tell you they've stayed for years, when you move them out of their ecosystem, they don't live long. So forgive me for trying to look out for people that have like nowhere else to go. And I guess everybody will find like water will seek its own level. I do hear the community. I will stand with the community because this is what they want. And from what I understand, they're saying that maybe we could like invest more seniors into the East Washington housing area. And I'm truly amendable to going back over to East Washington to the apartments that they've just created. The only thing is when I was over there, there were very few 1-bedroom apartments on the first floor. There were a lot of stairs that reached to the second floor that had a lot of the bedrooms. But I'm pretty sure that they have bedrooms, like some of them have bedrooms that are on the first floor, and maybe seniors could renegotiate and live there in that space. So I'm asking my colleagues to reconsider just for deferment so they could go back to the community. It seems like this organization, this company is willing to go back to the community to start over and then do whatever the community wants. I yield, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Ziegler.
Yes, thank you. And I appreciate that. Now, when I went to the East Washington Neighborhood Association meeting yesterday, it sounded like that the residents there didn't want this development at all. And so to me, I feel like unless if the developer doesn't want single family housing, then this is just a no-go from the start. So I just don't want to prolong a lot of discussion, a lot of time and effort and energy into something that, is going to basically end up being nothing, or people are going to hate, where they're living and this development that takes place. So that's, I would prefer to just go ahead and deny, but that's just my preference.
Councilmember Shropshire, and Councilmember Clemens, and I have a couple comments as well.
Thank you. For the developer. What I'm hearing is these were supposed to be senior housing.
Sorry. No, originally the application was for market housing. But after Councilwoman Renee and the community meeting, it was suggested to us that there was a need for senior housing in East Point. And it was suggested to us to go to East Point Housing Authority to try to see if we could come up with a plan in order to create units on that spot for senior housing. And that's what we, in talks with Mr. Span, about trying to see what his need was and how we could accommodate that need on that spot for senior housing. But it wasn't, our original plan was not senior housing.
So what were your original plan?
Market rate housing.
Single family homes?
No, ma'am, I'm sorry, multifamily market rate.
Apartments?
Apartments, yes, ma'am.
Are you, so you heard from the community. Are you willing to go back and do single family homes?
We had never planned that out economically to see if it would work. But yes, to answer your question, always we would be willing to go back to see if what the zoning would allow and the topography of that land, because as you know, it's a big slope off of that land, to see if you can develop prerequisite number of housing to make it work economically. That topography there is a little different. Even though we say it's 4 acres, it's not 4 acres of buildable land because of the topography of the land.
Because what I'm hearing from the community is they would prefer single family homes and not apartments. So I guess, and it's whatever the community wants is what they wish. But, and another thing that kind of just strikes me odd, that you would, so your building, your development would be, what would be the eyesight, the trailer parks?
What would be the eyesight?
So when you build it, will it be in front of the trailer park? So they would look up and see. So, and I guess I'm trying to figure out, why would you want to put seniors right there with the trailer park?
We really have them right across the street, and, Norman Berry Hills is directly across the street from this.
Trailer park, up on the hill.
They've never been a problem. And, seniors would have to go into the trailer park to exit or seniors wouldn't have to go into the trailer park to exit or egress, right? So what happens is there's another road that directly leads right back to Norman Berry. It leads right back to Norman Berry. And in fact, the new apartments is a kind of like, is a curve that's around, and we're asking them to direct those people down toward the Norman Berry in the back way, so that wouldn't impact KIPP Academy's traffic. So because you heard, we talked about the traffic that comes through there. Once the construction is over with, they'll be able to open up that road back again and then go back that way, which will ease the traffic way. But the trailer parks on the back end wouldn't be an impact for the seniors because they wouldn't go in there.
So let me ask you this. What would be the rate for the seniors? What would be the rate?
No one has determined that yet, because we got to determine the size of the units, how many units would be there. This is a market rate developer. Whatever is across the street there, obviously you would take that in consideration as to what the market would bear in East Point. So you got a village across the street for seniors, and it wouldn't be economically wise for us to go in and put something that costs seniors twice as much as what they could go across the street and get another similar unit for.
So here's why I'm asking, because, and I do agree, we have to have houses to put people on the tax roll where they pay taxes. We have Hillcrest 1, Hillcrest 2, and Hillcrest 2 has plenty availability. They have, I know a couple of people just moved in that's not on the waiting list. And then you got the new housing right here on Conley Drive, the NIMS house. So I think we're getting saturated with senior housing. And trust me, I'm not against it at all. I'm not. But I don't want on every corner a senior house or a facility. We do need housing that's gonna put people on the tax roll. We do need that. So I'm gonna have to stand with my colleagues unless you can pull a rabbit out the hat and say you're gonna build some single family homes. We don't need any more apartments over there in that area. Thank you.
Councilmember Freely.
Final sort of comment. I'm still confused now between the comments from Councilmember Renee and sort of your response regarding senior housing and so forth. One, it seems to me that if it's intended to provide additional housing, as Councilmember Renee says we need for seniors, senior housing to me means something fairly specific. Certain accommodations, a certain approach to construction and the design of the facility for seniors that's different than just sort of general housing. Perhaps I'm incorrect in that. But you keep repeating that this is market rate. So how does that address Councilmember Renee's concerns? I mean, if the seniors can simply afford market rate, they can rent anything in East Point. So I don't understand how this development would in any way address the supposed need for senior housing. How would it do that in the design of the facility and the amenities of the facility, as well as the affordability of the facility, if affordable senior housing is a challenge?
As I stated, Ms. Friendly, initially, the whole plan was for market rate housing. When Councilwoman Renee came to us and said, I would like for you all to consider putting seniors in there, what you would do, or what most developers would do in this case, if it's going to be, and let's just say it's 10 units in a place, you may dedicate 3, 5, 2 for seniors. And you would adjust as I think Councilwoman Renee said, you would have them on the first floor. You may have wider restrooms, wider showers. You would have the grab bars in there, all of the ADA compliance
So is that
things.
in your plan? Is that in your plan?
That's what Councilwoman Renee had asked us to go back and do with East Point Housing Authority assistance. And yes, that's what we are in the process of trying to do. We are now hearing that nobody wants senior housing. So, I mean, we kind of, in between, we want to accommodate what the city wants and what the community wants and what the city needs. So if the city says we need more senior housing, then I don't think anybody probably would want that the whole building would be senior housing. It may be a mix of units, some for seniors or ADA compliant for seniors, and some market rate that would just be regular apartments. So the drawing board, we're writing on a blank slate. So whatever East Point and the community wants, we're trying to accommodate and make use of those 4 acres and put those 4 acres back on the tax roll and increase the tax value of that land. So the taxes, hopefully you all will get an increase in the amount of money that comes off the land.
So I waited patiently. I'm sorry, are you still in, Councilman Freely? Got Councilmember, Renee.
Got it.
I'll go first. Go ahead, Councilmember Freely.
So if you want what East Point wants, you would be proposing something that is in line with the current zoning, it seems to me. Because what we want is what we've zoned it for. So that's just.
Okay.
Councilmember Renee, I apologize. I don't know why I keep thinking you've spoken, but you haven't. You go for your second round and then I'll go before I go to third rounds.
And I'll be real brief, Madam Mayor, real quick, because I just want to say, I made the mistake of asking him to go to the East Point Housing Authority. That was my mistake. They always wanted market rate. And the community now is very clear on what they want. And so that's why I was asking for a deferment so they could go back to the drawing board and go back with their plan for market rate only. And you know, I don't have a problem saying that I was wrong. I made the mistake, and I may have delayed or deferred your program, and I apologize for that. But they've always asked for market rate. I asked them to do that because I understood the need of a lot of the people that I was helping. So please give them an opportunity to go back and redo their plan so that it will fit what the community is asking for. Madam Mayor, now yield. Thank you.
Councilmember Butler, you hadn't been twice. Are you in? So does the developer own the land?
What was that question?
Does the developer own the land?
It's under contract.
So what?
It hasn't closed yet. It's contingent upon the rezoning.
Oh, that's exactly what I need to hear. Okay. So doesn't mean if it doesn't move forward, it doesn't mean that it's going to be this developer, because the developer doesn't own the land and the land is contingent upon the rezoning. I think there's been the conversation is that initially it was a market rate project. I think what we've not talked much about is the market rate project is not in compliance with our laws. Like, there are a number of variances that are being requested for even the initial project. So it doesn't comply with our current laws. And I think that's why planning and zoning recommended denial of it. There's also a concern about quality of the product from this developer, and not just what type of housing. I mean, we are a city where we have housing that everyone can afford regardless of income level. And in order to keep that, we need to build housing at different income levels. There's a mixed income, middle income housing crisis in this city, in this country, I should say. People with college degrees who are college educated cannot buy homes because we are building homes that are like exorbitant high market rates and then low income housing, so they don't qualify for either. And you're having people who cannot afford housing. So as we continue to look at projects and develop in the city, it's not just the ends of the spectrum, it's housing for everyone. And it sounds like you indicated a desire to be willing to explore some different housing mix. But I think fundamental for this development, it doesn't comply with our laws. Your market rate proposal, initial proposal, does not comply with our zoning laws. How many units are you within the initial one, not the one that we haven't created? How many units?
The initial was 218. It was
218 on 4 acres?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
And
so, yeah. And in an area that already has a lot of congestion, in a dead-end area where there's already a lot of traffic. I think there are a lot of quality of life concerns, and it's currently zoned for single family. So a deferral, to talk more about apartments, 218 units, that's a lot of density. It's a lot of density on 4 acres, and the entire 4 acres aren't developable. You just said that, so I'm not sure if we're talking 3 acres, 2 acres, 1.5 acres, whatever it is. That's a lot of units. Maybe it's gonna be the tallest building in the city. I'm not sure, because you'd have to build up to get 218 units. But
5-story building.
nevertheless, the community has shared a lot of concerns here tonight. I hear there have been community meetings. There also is currently zoned for single family. I haven't heard you mention that at all. And I think it's because the plan for this developer is high density apartments, whether they're market or not. And I think even when the speaker spoke, it's not about like whether it's affordable, attainable, whatever type of housing. It doesn't meet our zoning laws, and it will add to the traffic congestion already in the area that is inundated. So that's a quality of life concern. And there's concern about quality about what would be built. And so there's a motion on the floor to defer. We have a couple more comments and discussion, but thank you for that response on whether or not the land is owned, because if it's conditioned on rezoning, then we might even be dealing with a whole different team if that doesn't move forward. Councilmember Butler and Cummings. So there's a motion on the floor. Sorry. The motion on the floor to defer this project for 60, this item, I should say, for 60 days. There's been a lot of discussion that suggests that maybe a friendly amendment might be wanted to be made, or there's an option for a substitute motion. If neither of those happen, I will call for the question on the motion that is on the floor, which is to defer this item for 60 days. Any other discussion before I call for the question?
Can I make a friendly amendment?
Councilmember Mitchell.
The friendly amendment, can we make it to decline it?
Want to make a motion to deny it, it would actually probably be better with a substitute
Sure.
motion, because that totally changes the context of the motion on the floor.
Sure, so I would like to make a substitute motion to deny.
There's a substitute motion to deny item number 3. It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on that motion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Roll call, please.
Councilmember Shropshire. Councilmember Freely. Councilmember Ziegler.
Aye.
Councilmember Renee. Councilmember Cummings. Councilmember Mitchell. Councilmember Butler. Councilmember Martin Rogers. The motion passed.
All right. Next up is public comments. Do we have any public comments this evening?
Yes, ma'am. We have 5 public comments this evening.
All right, Chapter 2, Section 2-2002 BB, Rule 28. The public may speak during the public comment section of the agenda. Speakers must complete a comment form prior to the start of the meeting. Subject may include any subject of choice. There will be a 3-minute time limit for each speaker. Speakers that have signed up to speak may give all or a part of their time up to 3 minutes to another speaker for a total of 6 minutes of speaking time. Speakers may address the council only once during this time of the agenda. Speakers must identify themselves and their address prior to speaking. Questions from the speakers may not be addressed during the public speaking section of the agenda. East Point residents will have priority over other speakers. There will be a total of not more than 60 minutes for the public speaking section of the agenda. Speakers may only address the presiding officer. Speakers shall observe all rules of decorum. No debate, disrespect, or obscenity shall be tolerated. The presiding officer shall rule any such individual out of order that fails to comply with the foregoing. Madam City Clerk, you may call the first speaker.
Up first, we have Ms. Kimberly Powell. No. Kimberly Powell? No. For public comments, ma'am? Okay. Thank you. All right. Mr. James, Steve James.
Okay. Stephen James, residing at 2706 North Martin Street in Ward B. Just as far as public comments, I wanted to come up, since we're on the subject of developments. Last year, like in earlier last year, I came upon, the knowledge of MARTA TODs. And my first one that I went to was, I can't remember which one it was. Not King Memorial, but Hamilton Homes. Yeah, I believe that was the one, and that's where I met a young lady by the name of Debbie Frank. And I asked her, when is East Point on the, in line in regards to getting development at the MARTA stations? And what she told me was basically, hey, you need to talk with the council, and we've been talking with the council in regards to rezoning and whatever needed to be done to get the ball moving. Last year, I said it to, what was it, Councilmember Josette, brought it to her attention that, hey, we got an opportunity with the East Point MARTA station, to do some things in regards to development and bringing workforce development, since, it was a big thing about affordable housing. I think that area around the MARTA station is prime for that. I don't know what talks there are or if there have been talks, but if there haven't, I think there should be. I just want to bring it to the attention that, hey, let's get the ball moving, especially with the commons development going on. I mean, we could really turn, old downtown East Point into something that people will want to come to, just turning, like I said, just turning that area around and making it attractive, such as like, King Memorial and what's the other one? I can't remember, but the other MARTA TODs where they've done development around the MARTA stations. I think East Point is a prime area. So definitely look forward to hearing what we can do, and hopefully you all are too. Thank you.
Up next, we have Ms. Marie Terry.
Good evening, Marie Terry, 2855 Seven Road. I just want to thank everyone that actually voted for that. I appreciate you guys, I really do. And I want to stand here and formally welcome Eric Friendly, Carrie Ziegler, Jermaine Mitchell, and LaTanya Rogers. Welcome, you guys, welcome. New city councils, but I really do appreciate what you guys did. Listening to the residents. And this is a big move. To me, this is a big move. And I'll piggyback off of Mr. James, what he said about getting the city together, development down on Main Street, Washington Road. And I think if we start doing that, even with the old businesses that's here in the city, maybe we need to start there. I know you guys have a lot of work to do, but y'all put your minds and heart to it. Put the residents behind you, we can get this done. But I truly appreciate that. I thank you, Councilor Swapshire. I thank all you guys for your votes. Just looking at things. I want to say again, welcome.
Up next, we have Ms. Falada James.
Felete James, 2706 North Martin. First, I would like to say also thank you to all the council members who supported the community in the zoning ordinance denial. But I do look forward to working with this developer to see if they can bring in some single-family homes, even if it's within the land use, 4 to 8 units. I'm a part of the board members of the East Washington Neighborhood Association. So we want to have more housing there, but we want to have the right type of housing that supports that parcel of land. I want to switch gears, kind of talk about what, add some color to what my husband said in regards to the MARTA TOD. If those conversations haven't happened, something that we may want to look into, getting on the map, because that's a plan that takes about 10 years, for revitalization of the MARTA station, with HE Homes, Bankhead, also Kensington. If we need more attainable housing, that's where we need to go, and it's not going to cost the taxpayers in East Point any money. So Debbie Franks is the executive director at MARTA. My husband and I attend as many community meetings as we can so we can bring information back here to East Point to advocate for the residents here. I am a user of MARTA. When I commuted into the office, instead of sitting in traffic for 2.5 hours, I rode the MARTA train to my corporate office, so that I didn't have to be in traffic to and from work. And do believe me, the parking lots at East Point MARTA station and the overflow are normally full. There are riders that are coming from Clayton County, Henry County, to park their cars, and just to think about that, I also have a concern in East Washington in regards to the Atlanta Utility Works and the Legacy Center. We know those are great businesses that are coming to East Washington, but there's limited to no parking whatsoever, for their events. There was an event recently, 2 weekends ago, at the Legacy Center. There had to be over 200 to 300 vehicles there. They're blocking residents' driveways. They're parking on both sides of the streets. So what I ask is that there's a meeting with the owners of those two establishments to talk about large events and what their plan is for traffic, what their plan is to avoid any nuisance to the neighbors. It's becoming a reoccurring theme, no matter what it is, when it comes to East Washington, that we're overlooked in Ward B, but not anymore. That's all.
Lastly, we have Mr. Adam Silver.
Hi, good evening. Oops, too loud, sorry. Good evening. I had presented some documents earlier that you may have. Additionally, I sent out an email regarding the data breach of last year. Unfortunately, I feel the city didn't handle it properly, and that's why I'm here this evening. There was a delay from the Georgia Bureau of Investigations regarding files on the city. So that's why I'm actually addressing it now, and also with our new council. And of course, I congratulate our 4 new members. I actually promoted having some new members of the council because I felt the city really could need some new blood, and it's needed, for the future of the city. Regardless, documents that I presented to you that I'll also post online this evening. First of all, the city had claimed that there was a Federal Bureau of Investigation investigation, and for 2 years they left that closed and didn't report anything to the citizens when we lost our money. Well, there was no such investigation. I gave you that from the FBI itself. As for the GBI, there was claimed that they possibly had files. They had none as well. So I do feel that when the city speaks publicly about, unfortunate things that happen, that it's addressed properly, but also false information is not disseminated. Because there was no investigations. I'll say it here now, the city, us residents lost, $772,000 plus salaries to people in office who didn't have our best interest. And it's rather unfortunate, but Mayor, you had stated that, we'd have complete transparency on the issue. And unfortunately, you had this request for the city to release the information on that, and it wasn't done. I had to do my own separate investigation, and of course, that's why I presented those documents to you. So I do hope that the new council will look into this and finally make it right for the citizens, because it hasn't been done so. It's kind of just been brushed under the rug. That's why I took the time to Xerox everything and present it to you. But again, we've lost our money, plus salaries and false information given in the press, and it's just not a good thing for East Point to be doing. And I'll leave it at that. I really do hope things change with our new council, and next year, that those who are, running again will remember that the citizens are what matters. And when we lose our money for no good, valid reason, it's just not something that should happen. And it's, again, a stain on East Point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Those are all the public comments we have this evening.
Did anyone have any comments regarding this?
No, so per our public comment rules, we cannot address any of the comments during public speaking section. Now, let me read
Okay.
it specifically.
Sure. I one or two
Questions
of,
from the speakers may not be addressed during the public speaking section of the agenda.
okay, well, do check your email for the final document from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, which confirmed what I said. Plus, again, you all have the copies of the other ones.
Is that our last public comment? I said, is that our last public comment? I think you said we
yes,
had
ma'am.
5. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you to everyone who spoke during public comments this evening. Next up, we have consent agenda items 4 through 20. Is there a motion?
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Councilmember Shropshire.
motion to approve consent agenda items 4 through 20.
Second.
Been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up is the Aerotropolis Atlanta Alliance Workforce Development. We were informed today that they would like for that to be on the March 4th agenda. So we can have a motion to move that. I forgot to do it before we approved the agenda. So if we can have a motion.
Motion to move item number 21 to the March 4th council meeting.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up is council discussion and possible action regarding the separation of budget and finance committee. Can we get a motion to open the floor for discussion?
Can I get a motion to open the floor for a discussion?
So moved. Is there a second? Second. It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion on that motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
Right, so for this initiative or item, I just have a simple ask. Ask that we return to the original language / ordinance for the Budget and Finance Committee. And that's before they were combined. They were separated. These separate ordinances were created in 1993, and they stood in place for 22 years before they were changed. These ordinances worked flawless for years and have proven to be efficient when correctly followed. I'm simply suggesting that we go back to the basics since we run into all these catastrophic financial problems. I provided my colleagues with notes, even though I won't read through every particular point. But essentially, my issue with this is that when they combined the two committees, they took out all the statutes that refer to internal oversight. 3 of the 5 duties of the Finance Committee deal with auditing the budget and auditing the Budget Committee. And 2 statutes from the Budget Committee deal with sending the budget to the Finance Committee to be audited. While dealing with the 2021 audit or lack thereof audit and the forensic audit, the council was made aware that according to GAAP or General Accepted Accounting Principles, that is improper or unethical for an entity to audit themselves. This is so my simple ask is for this, and to my colleagues, is that we go back to the original language and spirit of these 2 committees, and that we, separate them and use the language that was used in the original ordinances. Thank you. So I would like to make a motion that we separate the Budget and Finance Committee and use the original language for these committees.
He seconded. Any discussion? Councilmember Freely.
Councilmember Mitchell, for the people who are listening and in the audience, can you explain from the meeting minutes, historical notes, what was the reasoning or the impetus for combining the committees in 2015, if that was stated?
Right. So I even have some doubts about if they were allowed to do that, just in the spirit of the two committees. Like I stated earlier, so they combined them to streamline the process, essentially cut down on time taken to get this stuff uh, uh, agreed upon. However, when dealing with budgets and things of that nature, we take very simple principles, like the accounting principles, like we experienced with the budget. It's really improper for a body to audit themselves. So with that being said, I believe these two committees had two distinct purposes. One was to create a budget, the other was to oversee, and make sure that that was a feasible document presented to them and to city manager. So originally, it was my understanding that they would combine to streamline things that worked well for a while. However, in the past few years, these problems have been exacerbated, leading to us not having an audit since 2021, downgrades of our municipal bonds due to lack of financial reporting and other things that derive from that. So I just want everyone to take in consideration. Let's just go back to how it functioned for 22 years since 1993. And if we have any change of hearts down the road, that may be something to discuss. But I believe that's a proven method, and history will show that it's proven it has worked. We haven't had these type of issues until recently. Thank you.
And another question for you, if you would, when the two committees were combined in 2015, was any functionality or any of the purview of those committees, was any of that lost, or was all of that functionality and all of those duties, was that retained within the new merged?
Right. So
committee?
specifically, there were three of the statutes that were left off. One came from the budget committee. I don't want to read. I could read it, but it's in. I have it highlighted on red for you guys in your paperwork. But that one basically stated that they were supposed to send the budget to the finance committee to make sure that everything was kosher and added up. And there were two other statutes that were left out. However, I feel like the spirit of the auditing body, which was the finance committee, was lost when they combined the two committees. Thank you.
I don't see any other lights at this time, so I'll make some comments. To suggest that the problem started because the committees were merged, I think is a bit of an overstatement. So in 2011, I'm in discussion. Yeah, I'm in discussion. In 2011, based upon the Robert Rosales Group recommendation, there was a fixed asset purchased on June 30th, 2011 that was misclassified. No one knows what it is to this day. In 2012 or 13, there was a forensic audit done because of financial concerns, and there was a budget in the finance committee. In 2013, while there was a budget and finance committee separate, I think there were about 6 different budgets that were proposed that year and prevented the budget from being adopted as required by the charter on the first Monday in June to actually not being approved to December of 2013. And that's probably because everyone then got voted out and a new council was coming in and they wanted to make sure it was done. But that was halfway through the fiscal year. I reached out to every South Fulton city today and spoke with the mayors or the clerk. Union City, Hateville, Fairburn, Chattahoochee Hills, Palmetto, South Fulton, and College Park. None of them have a budget committee or a finance committee. In fact, the comments from the mayor centered more around ensuring that staff who have the expertise and knowledge around finance are more involved with the budget preparation and that all of the information comes to all of council, so that all of council can make those decisions. To create a budget, have a budget committee, then present a budget to the finance committee. So that's 3 council members and the mayor. A subcommittee of council would be presenting a budget to another subcommittee of council, when the budget has to be approved by all council members. I'm not sure of anyone's background up here, but as it relates to finances and budgeting, I think the staff, and we do need to make some changes in our finance department, but I think the expertise of staff is what we should be using. They also all talked about the process of having the city administrator work with the finance director, meet with the department heads, come up with a proposed budget, and then that is presented to all of council and not a committee of any sort of council. So initially there was this notion that all of the cities are doing it. That's not true. None of the cities in South Fulton, there are 8 cities, and East Point is the only one that even has a committee that deals with budget and finance. And one city had a finance committee that dealt with both budget and finance, and then they abolished it. And so I I think if this is something that council wants to consider, we have a forensic audit going on where a number of different financial challenges we have. One city suggested that even they're too small to have committees of council, so they don't have committees at all. Others do. I don't think this is a decision that we make at this juncture. If that's something that happens later down the road, then so be it. But to say just go back to the way things were almost 30 years ago, um, you could do the same thing wrong for 30 years. That doesn't make it right. And just because it was done before doesn't mean that's what we should be doing now. Given the concerns and all of the challenges that we've had recently, the idea that a committee of council would be presenting a budget to another committee of council to then bring to council, that's like 3 different meetings for something where really we all need to get the same information at one time. It needs to come from staff and from our finance department and directors and the processes that we have in place and what our charter says about how we approve the budget. But again, when there was a budget committee and a finance committee, there was 6 different, and I could be wrong on the number, it's definitely more than 3 different budgets that they were trying to decide and approve and did not approve until December of 2013, while our charter requires us to approve approve the budget at the first meeting in June. And so if this is something that council wants to do, I think there needs to be a level of more deliberation. There needs to be a reality of looking at where we are now, not just because it was done 30 years ago, we should do it now. And if it makes sense and if it is something that is recommended to us or we feel like there's something that's being missed, then we should do it. I think, if people were serving on these committees, they'd be able to see how they function. There's nothing that is going to happen differently because any committee of council can only make a recommendation to the full council. So we could have 10 committees. Any subcommittee of council only has the authority to make a recommendation to the full council. And when you're talking about something as important as the budget, other mayors talked about, making sure that all of the council members are invited to the open houses and the public hearings and the workshops that are on the budget and the presentations from department heads regarding what's in their budget so that everybody is getting all of the same information at the same time and getting the same information. And so, I'm not saying I'm absolutely totally against it, but just to say because it was done 30 years ago, and clearly, even during that time, there were financial challenges, a forensic audit, misclassification of fixed assets, and the failure to approve a budget until halfway through a fiscal year are just some of the ones that I came up with. We didn't have a bond rating before 2013. So the city couldn't lose what it didn't have. It never had a bond rating. It couldn't go up or go down because they never had a bond rating. When we got into office, this city was operating on a payday loan. In 2013, 2014, in 2013 was the last time they did it. In 2014, one of our first actions was to suspend getting a tax anticipation note, which is, hey, let us borrow X millions of dollars and we'll pay you back when we collect property taxes at the end of the year. It's a payday loan. And the city had been operated on that tax anticipation note payday loan for several years while there was a budget committee and a finance committee. And so, those are my thoughts about it. Whatever council decides, so be it. But to try to make that decision tonight, a couple things. One, that requires an ordinance amendment. We don't have anything before us. And so I don't know that you can even do it tonight. But two, really, let's get through the things that we have to get through. Let's get through and get information from our forensic auditor. Let's consider really hiring a financial consulting company to come in here while we're transitioning through all of this that is happening with our finances, to be able to, make sure the work is getting done, but make sure we're also implementing best practices and we're moving in the direction that we want to move into, and see what those recommendations are. Councilmember Renee.
Madam Mayor, I tend to agree with you. One of the things that the council had voted on, and I think that would help Councilmember Mitchell, is that we voted on to employ a finance person that will directly speak to the internal auditor, that will speak directly to the council, and to provide us with information about the budget directly. And in that way, they would only address the council in their findings. And that way it will, they will serve as a liaison, so that anything that we are not aware of or missed in the processes, the financial auditor will keep us apprised of all of the financials of the city as we move through. And I think we've been waiting on the forensic auditor to be completed to move forward for getting the auditor, because we wanted to make sure that he comes in, whoever we hire for the financial auditor will have a good understanding of the forensic audit that we have ordered, and they can be apprised of all of the details, and to also be able to report out to the council. I think that would really help us, and we would not be kind of left in the dark, and we will all have an understanding of how that budget and how our finances throughout the city will flow. So I yield, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Ziegler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple of questions, and I think that maybe the answers to some of these questions can help us feel a bit better, or maybe not. So when was the last time, do we know, that we had a budget and finance meeting that was public?
It was at least 18 months. I mean, now
So it was, I believe, in November or December. Like, there were budget meetings last year. And it wasn't, yes, of 2023. As a matter of fact, they should be online, but Madam City Clerk, you should be able to pull up the minutes. Like, it wasn't 18 months ago.
I would say, how about before that? I guess I misspoke.
It's not true.
It's about 18 months before he finally put a meeting together. I think that's the issue, that this info is not getting out to the public or out to other council members, apparently, because everything's being kept on the committee, and they pick and choose what they want to tell us.
So, Councilmember Mitchell, I don't know, I hadn't acknowledged you, but I heard everything that you said. And so basically, you're talking to someone who was on council before, who's leading you to believe that they didn't have information about the budget when actually information had been emailed out. But Councilmember, Madam City Clerk,
All right.
I don't know that, do you have
I
the meetings from 2023?
I can give you the last three. Well, you know what? Oh, okay, because I'm looking at the Zoom. Okay, we have January 24, 2023, May 16, 2023, May 20. Oh, sorry. June 27, 2023, August 8th, 2023, September 26, 2023, October 17, 2023, November 21st, 2023, and the last one we had was December 19, 2023. So I know financial reports were sent out every time that the budget committee was done. So
Councilmember Ziegler, go ahead.
Thank you. So I know that as an engaged citizen, I was trying to attend these meetings myself, and I couldn't find the links or really any information to join them. I don't know if that was just an oversight on the communications department, because I think we've had some turnover there. But I think that it'd be good to know, that there's like a commitment to making those public and like making sure that people are aware of them. And also, I guess I'm also am wondering, since it doesn't sound like we've had one this year yet, are yeah, okay. So we're waiting on this to resolve. Okay, okay. Those are my questions. Thank you.
The that's a good point regarding public access, but council members, all the council members are appointed to committees. Every committee meeting is open to every council member for any council member to attend at any time, any of the committee meetings. Commitment to making sure public access is available. And I think, what's the monthly, is it like the third or fourth Tuesday of the month?
It's the third Tuesday, and in reference to the communication that's put out, like we do, our office sends out a notice, so it's posted on the calendar for the date for the budget meeting, and then the communications department posts it on the website.
So the calendar.
No, I'm sorry. Yes, on the calendar on the website, and communications posted on social media. My mistake.
Okay. We'll talk about that offline, I guess. But the calendar has not been updated. I don't know what the disconnection is, but for somehow the information is not translating and it's not actually getting updated onto the calendar. Because I've looked for it. I know I've already been contacted this year, asking what's going on with the resident calendar online, because people are trying to attend these meetings and they're not finding the information.
And Madam City Clerk, the dates that you read, were those the dates for scheduled meetings, or are those dates where meetings were in fact held?
They were held. I looked through the recordings in our Zoom account, so I went to the actual recordings.
Okay. And then another question for Councilmember Mitchell, to a point that Madam Mayor raised, which I think is salient, is do we have a draft ordinance, or have you spoken with the Madam City Attorney about that?
So I was going to use the original language in the original ordinance. I don't see if that would be an issue or not, but I would just stick to that. It's been in use for years. It's been proven. It's been battle tested. Like I said, we didn't start having yes, we had issues in other years, but as our interim financial director stated, most of these problems occurred in 2015. I know other years like to be thrown out there, but if we actually look at the data, most of these issues started occurring in 2015. I'm not saying there's a direct correlation, but we didn't have these issues before. We didn't have millions of dollars missing. We didn't have missing audits. We didn't need all this other stuff. So I just say we go back to the basics. We tried that for a little while. It's failed utterly. So I just say we go back to the basics. They've been doing it for years. This isn't anything new. So thank you. But thank you.
Councilmember Martin Rogers, and then I have
Thank
some
you.
comments.
And I'm not really sure, Madam City Interim Attorney, are you prepared to give us a legal opinion on what he's presenting tonight? Because I'd like just a legal opinion on what is being presented. I'm hearing, yes, if you are prepared. If not, then it's perfectly fine.
The only thing I can see that I was able to research while everyone was talking is that the charter does not reference the ordinance that talks about the committee. So whatever process the city decides to go with respect to the approval or the review of their budget, it would need to reflect in the charter as well, which provides that the budget is prepared by the city manager and then it goes to the council. It's not until you get to the ordinances, which Councilmember Mitchell did provide, that the Committee of Budget and Finance has a role in the budget preparation. It would be nice if those two documents would mirror one another or at least reference the other. That's as far as I've gotten with respect to a legal opinion. I would say that whether the committees are together or not together, there's nothing legal about that. Like that's a policy decision.
She said, but we do want to keep in line with the charter, so the ordinance can't be in conflict with the charter. So, could you read the charter section that says how the budget is supposed to be done? You mentioned that it's supposed to be prepared by the city manager and presented to the city council.
In section 5-101 of your charter, it's Article 5, Finance, Chapter 1, Budgeting and Accounting. It says, on or before the second regular meeting of City Council during the month of April of each year, the city manager shall submit to the City Council a budget for the ensuing fiscal year and an accompanying message so that the City Council can approve the budget by the first City Council meeting in June. It goes on to say what the city manager's message shall explain, both in fiscal terms and in terms of work programs. It goes on to say that the budget shall provide a complete financial plan of all the city funds and activities for the ensuing fiscal year. What's missing is that the committee, budget and finance, budget, just finance, is not a part of the process explained in section 5 of the charter.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Yeah, so for this, like I was saying, I don't want to reinvent the wheel. I would like to go back to the language that was used for over 20 so years, keep it as simple as possible. That ran flawless. I not aware of any contradictions or, like you said, this isn't a legal matter, it's a policy matter. I believe it would work for, the councils dating back to the early 90s. I don't see any reason why it would be an issue now. Thank you.
Councilman Martin Rogers, are you in again? Because I'll say one
Yes.
last thing, and then I'm gonna call for the
Yes,
question on this.
I am in again. I want to know if Councilmember Mitchell would accept a friendly amendment. And that friendly amendment would be that we have all of the information. Now that I've heard from our city attorney, she said that you said that it needs to mirror each other, right?
The charter does not say anything about committees. It says the budget is prepared and presented to council by the city manager with a message.
So what I would like to just request is a friendly amendment that we just move this item until we have our forensic audit done. Hopefully, I don't know when we're going to have a permanent city manager in place, but my friendly amendment would be just to move this maybe to our March work session so that we could have the totality of the information. And that will be our March 18th work session so that we can have a heartier discussion to look at this information again. That's my friendly amendment.
Member Mitchell, do you accept the friendly amendment?
I would respectfully decline.
Okay, so the motion is still on the floor. Shropshire, would you in?
Thank you. Councilmember Mitchell, I hear what you're saying, and you keep referring back to what happened 30 years ago, and we didn't have this problem. Do you even know the financial state of the city 30 years ago?
I would assume we're not 12 millions of dollars weren't unaccounted for.
Yes, it was. Yeah, I've been here over 35 years. I can tell you how the financial state of the city was 35 years ago. I can tell you what Henry Bucci did to the city. I can tell you all of that. So to sit here and act as if there were no financial problems, you don't even know the half of it. This city has came a long way from back then. it has came a long way. So I mean, and without an ordinance, and I don't know if the interim city attorney, you have to have an ordinance in order to separate it, because it was an ordinance that did it when Mayor Hilliard was here in 1993. And it was an ordinance that combined the two in 2015, I'm assuming. It's when it happened. And
Yeah, so in the packet, we only have the budget, the ordinance creating the budget committee for 2000, from 1993. That's the one, March 1st, 1993. There's an ordinance for the budget committee. The ordinance for the finance committee is not in this packet that I have. Maybe someone has a different one. There's another ordinance in here, and it looks like it is the rules of council that was adopted on February 6, 2012. And the 2012 ordinance, Councilmember Mitchell, you mentioned the 1993 ordinances. The only 1993 ordinance in here is the budget committee. The 2012 ordinance that looks like it was signed February 6, 2012, has budget and finance, standing committee of budget and finance. And then in 2015, there's the ordinance combining them. So what we don't have is a ordinance before this council to approve that separates the two. But the provisions that was mentioned, I was trying to find it because I was hoping the 93 one was in here to see if it's in this one. The one that talks about the budget being submitted to the finance committee.
I was gonna say really quick, if you look onto when they combined them on the back, it's section 2-2004. That was all of the duties of the finance committee that's X'd out when it says, as set forth below shall be deleted in its entirety. But that's the language I was referring to. It's on the back of the.
No, I'm looking at it 2003 and 2004, the 2012 ordinance. That's what I just said. You mentioned 1993. It's not in that one. The 2012 ordinance, and I think earlier you mentioned, and I don't see it, the recommendation of the that the budget committee shall submit a proposed budget to the finance committee. That's in contradiction to the charter that says that the budget is actually prepared by the city manager and presented to city council. And in the charter, the city council is defined as the mayor and 8 council members. And so, again, a cookie cutter approach to a 30-year-old ordinance or ordinance that from 2012, which would be 11 years old, this city is at a very different juncture. Again, we didn't have a bond rating prior to 2013. So they weren't doing anything that was impacting that, but there was a forensic audit. There was a situation where the budget for the fiscal year was not approved until halfway through the fiscal year. There was a situation where the fixed asset inventories was misclassified, and we're still dealing with those things. And I'm sure as we go through the forensic audit, more information is going to come out. So there's a motion on the floor to separate the committees, and I guess that's just to express a desire of council, because there's not an ordinance before this council to approve, and the motion was not to adopt the ordinance. And if we were adopting ordinances, we would have to take them separately because they are separate committees and each agenda item can only deal with one subject matter.
Okay, cool. Can I say this?
Madam, hold on just a moment. The city attorney turn on her light, and I'll go to you, Councilmember Mitchell.
I just wanted to point out in ordinance 005-12, the committees are separate in that ordinance, you have to flip to, okay.
Section 2003, 2-2003 is standing committee budget, and section 2-2004 is standing committee finance. I did see that.
I'm sorry, could you continue? Oh, I was gonna, could you continue your statement, please?
I thought I heard the mayor say she didn't see where the other 1993 ordinance, I was only pointing out that they were separate in your 2012 ordinance. It's just, it starts off with rules of council, but you just have to flip to the section where it has them separate in that part of the package.
So let me ask you this. So would it be feasible? I think it's section 2-002, I mean 2-003. Would it be, even for this, what I'm trying to accomplish here, would it be possible to go back to before they were consolidated and combined, go back to the original language when both of those committees were separated? Would that be a big ask if we could just find the ordinance and go back to that language?
Respectfully, Councilman Member Mitchell, I think you would have to marry the charter and the ordinances, whatever y'all decide, separate, together, nothing, whatever it is, the charter needs to reference the process. And if the committee is, if a committee is going to be in the process, your charter would need to reference that because the charter trumps the ordinances.
So can I ask you, so did they change the charter when they combined the committees, or did they need to?
It's not in there, so I don't know if they did, right? The charter doesn't even reference that the capital budget or the regular budget, none of it references the committees at all. So whether they changed it, I would need to do some legislative research to figure that out.
So even as it sits now, would this be considered being in compliance, or are you saying it doesn't reference it?
I would say your charter doesn't reference the committee. So if that's the process that's being followed, your charter needs to be updated because it's not, excuse me, your charter does not reference those committees today. And if you approve what you're trying to do, we still got the same problem. The charter needs to reference whatever committee gonna get this budget, it needs to reference that in your charter.
So as of right now, like you're saying, so right now and back then, it has not been referenced. So
I can tell you what happened, what's now, I can't tell you what happened prior to without doing some legislative
No, that's fine,
research if they amended the charter.
No, I appreciate that. Okay, so it sounds right now it's not even really appropriate. So I would ask, I do see we have an agenda item. The mayor wanted to make her appointments to the Budget and Finance Committee today. So if I would be willing to push this back, if you're willing to push back those appointments.
So I'm not willing to push back those appointments because the current committee needs to meet. And so who was on it before? It was, yeah. So we don't have, one of the persons who was on it is no longer serving. I need to make the appointment so that the committee can meet. The council can, if the council later decides to separate them, then we would then create and make appointments for the two, but we can't keep delaying appointment to a critical committee such as Budget and Finance Committee. You yourself were suggesting that the committee had met in 18 months, when in fact it had met. It is a critical committee that needs to meet.
Is it still on me? Okay, so even with that being said, it is critical, and I think the way we've been functioning in the past couple of years has not been adequate. I know we hadn't had bonds to a certain extent before this, but one of the consequences of us not having our financial information in place is the degradation of our bonds. We are missing millions upon millions of dollars using this method. We still barely got an audit from 2021. I feel like this isn't working. We go back to something that's proven. We've been doing it for years. I think that'd be the simplest route to go. I was willing to work, but I guess not. So I believe there's a motion.
There is a motion on the floor, and before I call the question, I will say this. It is, again, very misplaced to suggest that the issues that we've had, and I'm not negating any of those, are connected merely to committees. I think if you go back prior to 2013, audits weren't done on time, the budget wasn't approved on time. I mean, we could go through that litany, but I don't think that's productive. I think what is productive is making sure as we move forward that we're not just saying, let's go back to old wineskin when we're trying to do new things and we know that we need new systems in place. And so, again, this is not saying it can never happen, but tonight the ask is that we adopt language from 1993 to create the Budget and Finance Committee. And in those ordinances, one of the provisions was, I believe, was that the Budget Committee had to submit the budget, proposed budget, to the Finance Committee, and that's not in our charter. So I'm going to call for the question. The motion is that the Budget and Finance Committee be separated. And that's just the motion because we don't have the ordinance. So all those in favor?
No.
All those opposed?
No.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Shropshire? Councilmember Freely?
Given my lack of clarity, I have to say no.
Okay, Councilmember Renee?
No.
Councilmember Ziegler?
No.
Councilmember Cummings? Councilmember Mitchell? Councilmember Butler? Councilmember Martin Rogers? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. No, okay. The motion failed.
All right, next up is council discussion and approval of the optional term contract extension for program management services between the city of East Point and H.J. Russell and Company. Is there a motion to open the floor for discussion and possible action? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. I'm going to turn this over, says it's from the city manager. So, Ms. Jessie.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Mayor, members of council, you all recall at the meeting last Monday, the subject came up of the city procuring the services, excuse me, of a project manager who could oversee and act as the city's agent or on the city's behalf. And Madam Mayor, recall that H.J. Russell was already engaged with the city. And we did some research and they were engaged with the city. Their contract was to expire on the 17th. However, we had an option to extend. We extended that option, and that is what we are putting in front of you tonight. Approval of that option to extend for 1 year.
Thank you. It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. At this time, request a motion to confirm the my nomination or appointment of Councilmember Eric Freely, Councilmember Star Cummings, and Councilmember Latanya Martin Rogers to the Human Resources Committee.
So moved.
So move.
Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? In favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. At this time, I request a motion to approve my appointment of Councilmember Shropshire, Councilmember Tremaine Mitchell, and Councilmember Carrie Ziegler to Budget and Finance Committee. It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. I make a motion, at this point, I request a motion to approve my appointment of Councilmember Butler, Councilmember Renee, and Councilmember Cummings to the Blighted Property Task Force.
So moved.
There's a move and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. We are now at comments from council. Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Yes, I have an appointment, two appointments for tonight. I'd like to appoint Mr. Doug Jones for the Downtown Architectural Overlay Commission. I'd like to make the motion.
You could combine them.
Okay, and also for the Municipal Utility Advisory Commission, Kira L. Simeon.
There's a motion to appoint Kira L. Simeon to the. That's right. Oh, Downtown Architecture Overlay Review. No. The utility separate too. Double check. I don't have my sheet in front of me. About both of those. I think they're both individual if they aren't. Kira L. Simeon to the Municipal Utility Advisory Board and Doug Jones to the Downtown Architectural Overlay Review Board. There's a motion. Is there a second? Second. It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Do we have any other appointments? I forgot to ask about that during presentation announcement. Councilman.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to appoint Miss Lisa Bronson to the Civil Service Board.
Lisa
Bronson.
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 Okay. Lisa Bronson to the Civil Service Board. Do you have any other ones? Okay. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Councilmember.
Thank you. I'm in comments, council comments.
Any other appointments? Councilmember Mitchell?
I had one. I know we had an issue with the resignation letter last time. I was going to see if it was.
Eric Mitchell from the.
Yeah, Eric Coleman to the.
Eric Coleman.
Building Authority.
I'm sorry, I'll have to look into that.
Okay, no worries, no worries. I should check with you.
All right. No other appointments? Councilmember Butler on council comments from council.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to say Happy Black History Month to everybody in the city. I have some great news that I would like to share. There are two people in Baldwin County, Milledgeville, Georgia, that were celebrated for Black history. The first one was a mentor of mine, the late, great Charles Mathis. He was the city of Milledgeville's first African-American city attorney. And Charles was the first Black man that I knew that lived on West Paces Ferry. He had this big house, and he was famous for having a photographic memory. It's so funny because Charles told a story about my grandmother calling him down to get a brief lecture. And my grandmother, being the Southern belle that she was, she doesn't implicate anybody in what their wrongdoings are. She just said, I think I heard this, and I know you didn't do that. And so that brings me to the second person from whom I would like to recognize, which is my grandmother, Aline Nelson Butler, the first African-American registrar for the city of Milledgeville and Baldwin County. She was also saluted, and they have their pictures on the poles coming in downtown. So it's a tremendous honor. And what my grandmother is my father's mother, and she was famous for saying that she helped Adam Clayton Powell get elected, and she helped Jimmy Carter get elected. So thank you for allowing me to salute my family and my mentor.
Commendations. Councilmember Freely.
I just wanted to make a comment, reference to my vote on the budget and finance. When I sort of hesitated, I do feel that I would have been more comfortable with language for the proposed ordinances. I don't oppose Councilmember Mitchell's notion on its face by any means, but I would have been more comfortable seeing that language and also addressing the issue that was raised by City Attorney and Madam Mayor regarding sort of correcting language in the charter and so forth. So I just wanted to clarify my hesitation on that vote. And that's it.
Councilmember Cummings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, I want to thank everyone for coming out this evening for the meeting, and for those that are viewing the meeting via social media. Number one, I'd like to thank all of the residents that came out for the Ward C community meeting. We had almost, I think it was 92 people when I checked the registry for those that came out, and we had an opportunity to talk about some great things, some things that we'd like to see moving forward in the city of East Point. Again, I want to also thank all the members from all divisions of labor that showed up: police, fire, planning and zoning, public works, you name it. Every department was there to let the residents know what it is that what the ongoing projects they have, and they were also there to field any questions that any of the divisions of labor had. So I want to thank you again for that. I also want to make sure that we lift up the Bailey family in prayer. That was a young man that lost his life. I've been speaking with his mother, and she will lay her son to rest this Saturday. And to definitely just keep our youth, lifted up in prayer. It definitely takes a village to raise these. As you all know, I told you I lost my 18-year-old nephew last year to gun violence. And we definitely have to, be that village for these kids today. I mean, kids today have a lot of issues going on. There are a lot of different home issues, things that we could have never imagined when we were their age. So we just need to continue to make sure that we lift all of our youth up in prayer and to be there for them. I mean, it could be so much as just to stop them and say, hey, how you doing? It really does make all the difference in the world for them to even know that somebody cares. And I yield, Madam Mayor. Oh, and happy Black History Month.
Councilmember Ziegler.
Yeah, and real quick, I just wanted to extend my condolences to the Bailey family as well, who lost their child at the Tri-Cities basketball game. It's really tragic, and just extending our condolences to that family and hoping that that they can find peace.
Councilmember Myron Rogers.
Thank you and good evening. I just want to remind residents that reside in Heritage Park, Savannah Walk, and Summerled Trail that there is a Microsoft community meeting on Monday, February 26th at 6:30 p.m. at the Four Point Sheridan, and I hope to see you there. Thank you so much, and happy Black History Month.
I will echo the sentiments. We know Black history is America's history, and it's not just the shortest month of the year, but it's every day. But in this month, we do celebrate our trailblazers and our icons and the people whose shoulders we stand on, and know that we continue to make history every day. So encourage us as we continue to celebrate all of the diversity in our city. We'll be celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month, Pride Month, and we'll continue to celebrate all of our diversity. This is Black History Month. I we started last week's meeting off with a moment of silence for the Bailey family for the loss of a young man who's gone too soon. So I do ask the community to continue to pray for peace, strength, courage, and comfort to the family during this difficult time, and that we again need to be advocating for common sense gun legislation. People should be we can protect the Second Amendment and people still live safely, right? We can protect the Second Amendment and ensure that there's common sense gun legislation in our city that helps to ensure it's not the silver bullet, right? There's not one thing alone, but it can help, and we need action at all levels of government. There have been conversations, and I think I mentioned it before, regarding the MARTA TOD in East Point, with Debbie Franks and others at MARTA. Those conversations right now are not at the point to be public. There are a number of different moving parts with them, but know that the conversations are happening, that our relationship and partnership with MARTA has definitely strengthened. They are doing the aerial I'm probably saying it wrong, but the arterial motor improvements, transportation improvements from like our downtown to over down Cleveland Avenue. So there are a number of conversations. So thank you for keeping that on the forefront, and we are in time. As soon as we can, we'll be able to share more about that. March 16th will be the kickoff of the Healthy Point 90-day initiative for this year. We are going to have a lot of fun and engaging activities, aerobics, so total body workout, yoga, and we may have Pilates. We have a walking group. We will have bounce classes, which is something new that we have a business in our community that does it. We'll have chair aerobics, Zumba. We'll be partnering again with the Bowden Senior Center to allow our seniors who participate in activities there to also earn incentives through that participation there, healthy movie nights, 5K walk, all of that for 90 days. So March 16th through June 15th, more information will be coming out to help us get the word out, and we can continue to support each other on our daily journey to be healthier, because being healthy is not a size, it's a lifestyle. And so for us, we want to help increase and improve the lifestyle choices that we make on this journey of being healthy human beings. I think that's all I have. I feel like I'm forgetting something, but Councilmember Renee.
The young man that came up and spoke about transparency and the investigation, our police department, I believe, stated that they spoke with the FBI and Secret Service. I don't know. Well, I don't know if they've ever stated that they did an investigation. They asked them to do an investigation in reference to them, Secret Service and FBI. Right. So, right, the Secret Service did the investigation because the FBI would not get involved because the Secret Service was already involved. And from our information that we receive is that the Secret Service has indicted 6 people that are not from this particular city, and I think they may have been in foreign cities like New Jersey or something like that. So I just want to kind of clarify that information. We sent the investigation to the Fulton County Integrity Unit, the district attorney's office. And so that investigation is ongoing. The council voted for that investigation, and in that investigation, and we are getting some updates as we go along. So I just wanted to make sure that we were very clear that we have not let the investigation die, or we're not giving out like false information. We want to make sure that we are transparent and we are providing accurate information. So the young man that came before us tonight, I just wanted to address that. I did not want us to go home without stating that, because he did want a response, and I almost forgot about that. And our condolences does go out to the Bailey family. From my understanding, it was her only child. So the staff and so it goes out. So our condolences go out not just to the family, but also to the staff that this young man has made an impact on his short life. But thank you, Madam Mayor, and I yield. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think I'm not able to pull up the initial statement, but I can assure you that anything that I put in statements, especially as it relates to the criminal side of it, came from our police chief and running it through police and legal. And so I can't remember if I said FBI and Secret Service or what that wording was, but I can assure you that before those statements went out, it was a conversation with police, with legal, the city manager, a communications team to ensure that we were providing the information as accurate as we had it at the time. And again, this is definitely a desire to be transparent. The reality of it is the forensic audit is going to reveal more factual information for us. The district attorney's investigation, whatever that yields. And so, we want to make sure that what we share is factual and make sure that it's something that we're not getting like different messages on. And so I can tell you that the um, appeal for the insurance policy was sent this week. It had not been sent on December 19th, as we were told, but our interim city attorney and our acting city manager worked this week, and that was sent to the insurance company. So I could give you that update. The district attorney, as Councilmember Renee says, is still investigating, and you know, the insurance company opened up the door to another policy that has a $2 million policy limit. So there's one that has $100,000, and I don't want to say names because I might get them confused. And then there's another one that has $1 million policy limit, $2 million policy limit, and they only gave $100,000 on each one. So they maxed out on one, and on the one with the 2 million, it was only 100,000. But that's the opportunity to appeal to try to get more from that policy limit as well. And so that has finally been done. And I'm sure our acting city manager and interim city attorney will keep up to date on that. And so when we meet again in March and we get our update, we'll have more information, hopefully, regarding that. And prayerfully, it'll be positive information about recovering. Right now, it was $785,090 still outstanding. With that 200,000, it would take it down to $585,090. But our goal is to recover the $585,090 through insurance and explore every avenue that we can through that. And the good news is that the appeal was still allowed to be submitted. So hopefully we'll get some more information as that processes. Any executive session?
Who got personnel?
Councilmember Martin Rogers has a personnel.
Personnel, how many personnels?
You have one?
Oh, 2 personnel.
2.
Okay.
Any from legal? 2 legal.
2, so 2 personnel, 2 legal,
And 1 real estate.
1 real estate. So let's just add another personnel just in case. So motion to recess into executive session for 3 personnel, 2 legal, 1 real estate.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. We're in recess.
Let's see. Come on.
It is volunteer, so we greatly respect it. Councilmember Butler.
Yes, ma'am.
I called, emailed.
Call me one time, but it's okay. It's over. We'll talk about it later.
I'm good, Chief, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good.
You good? That's it. But we have, initiatives. I didn't want to say it. It was like, I can't remember what I said. I think he said, yeah. I can't do your job. Look, let me, I ain't, oh, that don't go my role. I thought being cautious.
Alligator on. Look at him. The snake in. I'm good. Have a good night. Be done. Sure. I don't see us being there. Hopefully, we don't be there too long. If we are, you see, I'm getting my stuff because I'm gonna be extra stage left. I ain't gonna be in there that long. What time is it? At least we out here at 9 o'clock. Hopefully, it just don't take an hour. It shouldn't. It's just.
Motion to reconvene.
Motion to reconvene.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Councilmember Martin Rogers. I don't know.
Yes, I would like to make the motion to authorize the city manager and staff to execute the RFP for architectural services for the city
To
auditorium.
release a solicitation.
To release the solicitation for the architectural services for the city auditorium.
So moved. It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Yes, motion to approve
To
the what?
To authorize this.
Yes, motion to approve to authorize the interim city attorney to proceed as discussed in executive session in reference to the lawsuit Paulus versus East Point.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Thank you. Motion to approve Miss Iris Jesse as the interim deputy city attorney.
City manager.
City manager, I apologize. City manager effective February 20th, 2024.
Salary.
Salary at $150K.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries.
All right. Councilmember Martin.
Go ahead.
All right. Motion to engage the developmental. Motion to approve the developmental associates for the permanent city manager search.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. One more.
Yes. All right. Motion to approve the interim city manager, Howard Brown, with the Sumter Local Government Consultant Group.
Second.
Effective February 26th.
Yes, and it's Howard Brown Jr.
Howard W. Brown Jr. Motion to approve him as the interim city manager.
Motion to approve Howard W. Brown Jr. as the interim city manager through the Sumter Local Government Consulting Group, effective February 26th. It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Motion to approve executive session meeting minutes.
Meeting minutes.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion
to
carries.
adjourn.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Good night, East Pointers.